Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme. Stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.
Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Woohoo. Let's see, I think everything's working today. It is 11:02 on the north shore of Lake Ontario. It is Tuesday, shockingly, the 19th of May. I don't know where May has gone. I'm like, we just got started and we're already almost finished May. So I think this is a great moment to acknowledge the rest of the year is going to go like that. we're just flying through the weeks. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I should start working on my May vlog. I haven't really done a lot. I don't have much to put in it. So I better hustle for the next 10 days, 12 days, and get something to share. Because it's a very like sun-centric time for me, meaning my life is very focused on my son right now. Just as he's finishing high school, we've got grad, prom, all these things that as a mom I need to kind of take care of. And so this month is flying by. We're also deep in scholarship work. So every day we try to apply for at least one scholarship. So I've got to stay on top of that, plus legions to all. It's craziness. It's just craziness in my life. And I think that's why May is flying by and I have nothing to show for it personally myself. So that's how that feels. How is May going for you? Are you feeling like, holy heckin', this is moving too fast? Or are you feeling it dragging? Like, is this the time of year that speeds up for you? Because I cannot believe we're almost halfway through the year. Yeah. And I've achieved so little. Really. And hello to Lola. She was ordered to be here, so here she is. Yes. On Tuesdays, I send Lola a message and I'm like, it's worky time. Let's go. Get to work. And I said, if you have time to lean, you have time to clean. And Lola's saying, haha, yes, massa. Yeah, there we go. Chained to the desk, can't make lunch. Well, you can make lunch on the sprint. Hello. And Jordan's here. Hello, J.A. Do we say quesada? Is that how we say that name? Jaquesada, I want to say. It sounds like a character from like a Quentin Tarantino movie. That's like their superhero name or something. And there's Red Pill. Happy Tuesday. Hello, how are you today? Beautiful sunny day. It is a beautiful sunny day in Toronto as well. Spring has finally arrived. Yes, I feel like we went straight from winter because on Thursday I was wearing a winter coat and now I've got the air conditioning on. So we went straight from winter to summer, did not have a lot of spring. Lola is getting the extreme summer temperatures already. And what did you say it was? Like 85 or something? It was, I think we got up to about 62 here in Toronto yesterday. And Lola sent a picture of her weather app and it said something like 85. I was just like, oh, I'm not ready. I can't. Because I still, you know what I mean? I haven't kind of pulled out my summer clothes. So I'm still wearing like sweatshirts and sweaters. And Lola's saying hi to J.A., who's also known as Jordan. And Lola is saying, May has gone by fast because June 1 is a big day. The countdown is on. Yes. Oh, and here's a question for you. Do you want your birthday present for your birthday or do you want it in person? That's what I need to know. Because if you want it for your birthday, I got to get it sent to you. And J.A. saying, LOL. Yes. Caseta. Jacaseta. I don't know. I'm like, you need a cape to go with that name. Oh dear. Lola, 85. No, oh, it was 96. Oh, 85 would have been a welcome relief. 96 yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Ian. I do know what's going on, but we're not going to talk about it. And you're welcome to take part, you know. The irony is you commented on a sprint to say you're not commenting on sprints. Yeah. Grace goes a long way. Lola is saying 85 on Sunday. Oh, so it was 85 and then it went up to 96, 95% humidity today. See, that's why I chopped my hair off because I can't do the humidity. I cannot. And it just, my hair just is flat. And you know how some people get big poofy hair in the humidity? I don't. My hair just goes flat and I can't do a thing with it. So that's why I chop it really short and a little pixie cut every summer. And just so it's messy and that's it. And if it looks like a mess in the humidity, I meant to do that. So yeah, there we go. So today I have a lot of stuff on the go. Lola's saying, ooh, it depends on how heavy it is. I mean, don't spend $50 on shipping. No, seriously, spending time with you will be amazing. Yes, it's going to be so good. I can't wait. How many days? We're like 45 days now? 44 days? I can't remember. Lola's keeping track because once I hit the road all summer, I will be in Lola's neighborhood. I will be 15 minutes from her house. How exciting is that? So we're going to hang out for a bit while I'm out that way. And I'm sure there will be an exchange of goods. I have yarn for her. I have yarn that I bought last year that I've been hanging on to for Lola because I bought myself some. It was the festive, the bitty stripes, the red heart bitty stripes festive. And I bought some for me, but then I also bought some for Lola because we couldn't find it anywhere. And I found one supplier and ordered a ton of it. And I haven't even used any of it myself, but I will be making little Christmas things with it. And so I have yarn for her. And then of course, some other things too. So I'll send a little thing now. So you have it for your birthday. Red Pill saying allergies are bad today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm stuffed up. And Lola is saying hi to Anne, and who probably won't reply. Red Pill is saying taking antihistamines of fiber today. Yeah, absolutely. I know, like my eyes are watering, and it's like one of those things that like I want the windows open for fresh air, but then like walking from my front door to my car. I will start sneezing and coughing and wheezing. And J.A. is reading Indian Horse by Richard Wagamis, a Canadian Indigenous writer. Well, let's write that down. Let's write that down, and we'll talk about it. I'll look it up at the sprint, and then we will chat about it. Let me see here. So this is Indian horse. I don't read a lot of Canadian books. There's a great book. There we go. Okay, I wrote it down. There's a phenomenal book I read in the 80s called The Wakusta Syndrome, and it really explains why Canadians don't read Canadians, why we don't watch Canadian TV, and it's all these Canadians aren't into Canadian stuff. And Lola's saying, dude, I know exactly what I'm doing at the festive. I didn't remember you bought that, right? I've forgotten that I bought it, but I saw it the other day because I was getting stuff ready to put into the RV. And I was like, oh, this ball of yarn needs to go into the RV. So it is out there in the cupboard, ready to make its way out your way. So today I am going to be working on this. So remember last week I made, oh, sorry, puppy. Dropped something on my dog. So I made this little guy. This is going to be turned into a little doll. It'll get stuffed and then it'll get a little face. And I made a little hat for it. There we go. And then I made it a little sleeping bag. So it's not the most complicated thing in the world. It's just a little sleeping bag. And you can see there's little eyelet holes for the buttons. And so I need to finish it. So I need to stitch this part together because it makes the little hood. And then I need to sew the buttons on. And I need to stuff this and give it a face. And then I will give it to a little girl who, her brother is one of my son's bandmates. So this little boy, he hangs out with us a lot because his dad is a judge at the piping and his mom is busy with his sister doing Highland dance. So he's kind of on his own a little bit. He's only like 10 or 11 years old. So he tends to hang out with us. He'll come over and have lunch with us and stuff like that. So his little sister's getting a little doll. And then I'm also reading The Midnight Train today as well, which is I believe it's the second book by Matt Haig. And people have suggested that it's a sequel. It's not. It's just a book that's similar style and excuse me, but just by the same author. So if you liked The Midnight Library, you will also like The Midnight Train. It's different characters, different story, but it's the same idea where he gets on a train and he goes and looks at his life. And it's really sweet. It's not one of those, burn through the pages kinds of books. It's just a lovely story, kind of like Theo of Golden. And even though I read thrillers mostly, I quite enjoy Matt Haig's stories. So I've got that on the go on the e-reader. Just sent it to Lola this morning, and so she'll be reading it at some point as well, or listening to it. I think Lola listens with her. Is it a Kindle? I can't remember. Okay, so we're going to dive into a sprint. Let me know what you're going to do, and I'm going to read for a bit, and I think I'll read for this sprint. And or maybe I'll knit. No, what do I want to do? I'm going to knit, and then I'm going to listen to videos while I knit. I'm going to pull up JA's book so that we can chat about it at the next chatty bit. And then, we'll see you. Should we do an hour? Should we do an hour 15? It's 11:15 now. And so come back at 12:30, or well, not come back, but we will start talking again at 12:30. And let's see. Y'all are very quiet. And I'll pop some music on for us. There we go. All right, and I'll mark the last comment. Happy sprinting, everyone. I think it's going to be a quiet day, but happy sprinting. And Lola just texted me to turn on my mic. Thank you. Thank you. See, we're all just fumbling around here. Nobody has any idea what we're doing. Where did you lose your iPad, Lola? Thank you. See, this is why you need friends who can reach you other than the chat. So they can text you and say, no one can hear you. You're talking to yourself. Okay, and then Lola said everyone left. Maybe it's a busy day for everyone. Yeah, so there was a whole bunch of people here because I see the number at the top of my screen. I can see there's 8 people here right now, and it went to 0 in one moment. I think I have figured out what's going on. So 2 things. I don't know that people stay. Like I sometimes think like people click out and go watch something else, believing they're still supporting their favorite creators. But I think what happens, and I'm seeing it myself, especially this week, it's really bad this week, is that when you say you've got somebody running in the background and then you're doing something else, and then you come back and you have to click the live button to catch up. I think that's what's going on. It's almost stalling. So people are still watching. The watch time is still there, but they're just not watching it live. So it's not showing as the number up here. I think that's what's going on. That it's a little combination of both. And Ren came in. Hello, Ren. And Brian came in, Casper's Mystery Corner. Brian reads like cozy mysteries and really interesting books. So his channel is worth a follow. Absolutely. And he's lovely. So that helps. Ren is listening to Empire of Storms, my book from last week. The audio is 25 hours long, and Lev has been busy. Why do you read these epic novels? All right, first of all, I don't know what cover you've got, but the cover is so beautiful for this book. It's like purple and a big wave. It's gorgeous. And so I'm not going to butcher names today because, that's not cool. So it has a 4.63 rating. I think Goodreads is being dominated by fantasy and romantasy readers because I've noticed that really, really great books that are not fantasy or romantasy are not getting high ratings on Goodreads, which is totally fine. It's your audience determines, how things go sometimes. But I do find I've noticed that some other books that are really, really good are not getting the highest ratings, I think because they're not fantasy or romance. So this is Empire of Storms. This is a Sarah J. Maas book. The long path to the throne has only just begun for, and I know we said this name before, Aelin Galathinius, as war looms on the horizon. Loyalties have been broken and bought, friends have been lost and gained, and those who possess magic find themselves at odds with those who don't. With her heart sworn to the warrior prince by her side, and her fealty pledged to the people she's determined to save, Aelin will delve into the depths of her power to protect those she loves. But as monsters emerge from the horrors of the past and dark forces become poised to claim her world, the only chance for salvation will lie in a desperate quest that may mark the end of everything Aelin holds dear. So this is the 5th book in the Throne of Glass series. So that's interesting. I like that this author, I read the first one, whatever it's called, Court of Thorns and Roses, I think, and didn't feel I needed to read anymore. So I'm not a big reader of this author, but I love that she writes series, like good, solid, thick books in a series, right? That keeps people reading. And I love that for all of her fans. Because there's nothing more frustrating than loving an author, but they're not producing, And Ren is saying, but if I catch up on my Empire of Storms hours, I'll be switching to a stage set for Villains by Shannon J. Spann. Interesting. And I was asking Casper's Cozy Mysteries how he's doing. I think he just popped in for a moment. And then I was letting Ren know that I had her book pulled up. Lola is making lunch, and I want to know what we're having. Pork chops, potatoes, and homemade gravy and spinach. Lola's a fantastic housewife, domestic goddess. And I was like, yum, that is a meal and a half. And Lola's saying it's dinner because her man is on midnights. So they eat early so he can get to work with a nice meal in him. And I said, makes sense. My husband used to work shift, and it's a weird life. It's a weird life, but I'm used to it. I'm an only child. I was used to being alone. Didn't matter to me. I was quite happy. And I popped some bacon into the oven for later on. I love bacon on my salads, so I always have bacon cooking. Kelly is saying, happy time zone, my friends. It looks like there's a break in the clouds. Off to walk the dog before the storms roll through. Fun. Enjoy. Take advantage. And Librarian of Alexandria is here. Yay. Having friends visit, but want to say hi. Enjoy. Have a great time. And Lola's saying, Kelly, enjoy the walk. The little bot is here dropping all the links and giving orders, stretch, hydrate, go tinkles. And Lola's saying hi to a Librarian of Alexandria. I was saying hi to Kelly and Renee, who's Librarian of Alexandria. It makes my comments twice. It drives me crazy. And Red Pill is here. Hello. And she said, cute dog. Yeah, I came in, my dog needed a cuddle. He was like, Mommy, help me. Mommy, love me. And so his name is Fox, not like the animal, like burn down the government Fox. So that should tell you a little bit about me. And Lola's saying Red Pill's just here for the puppies, right? And the food. Puppies and food. That's all we need, right? And Jay is saying, made it to page 78 in Indian Horse, and it's definitely not for the faint of heart. There have been some pretty traumatic writing support. Yeah, this is a story. I've got the description pulled up. It's a heavy read. Canadian writers tend to not write fluffy. It's definitely not a cozy mystery. No. Okay. So Saul Indian Horse has hit rock bottom, and this has got a 4.4 rating on Goodreads. His last binge almost killed him, which totally debunks everything I just said about romanticities. All right. His last binge almost killed him, and now he's a reluctant resident in a treatment center for alcoholics, surrounded by people he sure will never understand him. But Saul wants peace, and he grudgingly comes to see that he'll only find it through telling his story. With him, readers embark on a journey back to the life he's led as a Northern Ojibwe, with all its joys and sorrows. With compassion and insight, author Richard Wagamis, I believe is his name, traces through his fictional characters the decline of a culture and a cultural way. For Saul, taken forcibly from the land and his family when he's sent to a residential school, salvation comes for a while through his incredible gifts as a hockey player. But in the harsh realities of 1960s Canada, he battles obdurate, I don't know what that means, we'll have to look that word up, racism, and the spirit-destroying effects of cultural alienation and displacement. Indian Horse unfolds against the bleak loveliness of Northern Ontario, all rock, marsh, bog, and cedar. Yep. Wagamis writes with a spare beauty, penetrating the heart of a remarkable Ojibwe man. That sounds really interesting, and it's important that we remember, and this is well known in Canada, there's a lot of grift and there's a lot of scams and cons when it comes to our native community, our native Canadians. And a lot of people just say, oh, it was the government, it was the Catholic Church. It's also the chiefs. I've got an interesting video I was just watching yesterday talking about the amount of money that goes to the chiefs, yet the people in the reserves never see any benefit of it. and so there's a whole combination of things going on that have gone on. The whole residential school thing was quite an interesting thing, because when the treaties were made, they traded land in exchange for education, hospitals, and roads. And then the education was provided. The tragedy really for that lies in the fact that when a child went to a residential school, and there's lots of residential schools, there's one in my town, people pay something like $60,000 a year to send their child to a residential school. So not all residential schools are bad, but this also took place at a time when, things were very different. And what happened was, when children were taken and put in the residential school, probably, with their parents' knowledge and consent. So it's not like they were kidnapped in the night and taken away. They were sent by their parents. Those children were no longer recognized as Native. I know a woman, her mom was in a residential school. She's, I think she's Ojibwe. I'm pretty sure she's Ojibwe. So her mom left and went to a residential school. And when she went to go back to the reserve, they're like, no, you're not one of us now. Remember that. Remember that fact. That people who went to school in the residential schools have been turned away when they tried to return. I'm not going to say every single one, but definitely that's what goes on. And there's parts of the stories that, the average person doesn't know. It's when you start peeling back some layers. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. And I don't know that there's one solution for this issue. And Lola's saying definitely not a cozy mystery. J.A. is saying nope. No, it's a heavy read. It would be a very, very heavy read. And I was saying I would read the description when we chat. Coffee Mug is saying morning, afternoon, all. Got so focused with work in the audiobook I was listening to that I missed coming in here sooner. Well, you're here now, and that's all that matters. And Lola's saying, hello, glad you made it. No matter if you're late or not, you're right on time. Yep. And Amberly is here. Hello, good morning. Or maybe it's after. No, I think it's still morning for you. And Lola's saying hello. And yeah, all the notes. Can't hear you. Yes, thank you, Lola. And Ren saying made it to 33% in Empire of Storms. See, this is what I love. It's taking you so long to get through this. This is what people need, is long, epic stories that they can keep going, and they know the characters, they know the locations, they understand it. And this is how we keep people reading. If I knew where I lost it, yeah, but did you take it out of your house? And then but you know what I mean? Like I lose stuff in my house all the time, but I know I haven't left my house, so it's got to be somewhere. And Red Pill saying, I like the music, cozy music. Thank you. That's on my music channel. It's called Plot Twist Playlists, and I'll drop the link in a minute. It's all my sprint music, and you can feel free to use it. I know there's people always looking for playlists for their sprints. Use mine. I won't copyright you. And Lola's saying that she subbed to Casper. Nice. I think he just put out a video this week too, which is nice. It's on my watch later list, so I need to catch up. And Ren saying true, but I think Empire of Storms has such a high rating because it's the 5th book in the series. Is it better than the 1st book? Is it getting better as the story's going along? And people who weren't enjoying the series would have DNF'd by now. Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point, Ren. You're so smart. This is why we have you here, to be the smart person in the room. Because yeah, you're right. When you think about it, nobody's going to get to the 5th book and be like, meh, it was all right. They're just not going to read it. And Ren is saying Akatar is a different series. I'd say I like the Throne of Glass series more, but if you don't like the writing, then you wouldn't like any of it. Yeah, that it's not that I don't like the writing, or I don't like what it is that I'm just not a romanticy person. I read the first one because somebody told me to, and they said it changed her life. She was not the same person at the like. I was like, geez, this is a lot. This is a lot to put on a book, and I read it and I was like, I don't get it. Like I couldn't understand. As a woman in my 50s, I wasn't connecting to it. If I was much younger, I probably would connect an awful lot to this story. But I think, when you're in your 50s, you've been married close to 25 years, you're like, yeah. It's all fine and dandy till you got to do the laundry. Do you know what I mean? And Lola's saying, we just had a huge scam with the chief in town here. Yeah. There's a lot of corruption at the top of anything. So this is not unique to one group of people. This is a lot of corruption. Like billions of dollars have been given to chiefs in Canada, and they still have poverty in their reserves. It'd be interesting. I'm going to go. I actually live near a reserve where I buy my medicine, and I'm actually going to ask them up there what that's like up there, the poverty, because it's very much a flourishing community looking from the outside in. So yeah, I'm going to ask the next time I'm up there. They'll talk to me. The shop that I go to, I've gone to for like 10 years. They'll talk to me. And Susan is here. Good morning, Susan. I'm going to show you something. Look what I got for you. Look what I got for you, Susan. I don't know if you can see it. Here I am showing a blind woman something. But there we go. Hopefully you could see that even a little bit. And and J.A. saying, oh, wow, I didn't know any of that. Thank you. Yeah. It's like what you're reading is one person's narrow perspective. Just understand that there's a lot more to this story. I actually just watched a video. One of my friends in Toronto he does like urban hiking kind of thing. And he went to a location in Toronto that used to be a psychiatric hospital, and there's a cemetery attached to it. It was residential. Do you see, these things happened everywhere at that time. It wasn't unique to one specific group of people. It happened to everybody. And that's the part of the story we need to remember. Is it a tragedy? Absolutely. Should it never happen again? Mm-hmm. Yep. When you know better, you do better. So, it's just the horrific conditions that some places have, even though there's so much money going into them. That's a real situation. And Susan's saying hi to Lola. And Lola's saying, no, I put things from my main level into a bag and take the bag upstairs, so I only make one trip. So it's in one of those bags. I'm sure it has to be. Yeah. See, I do the same thing where I have like my bag, my house purse. It's my knitting bag. But I have like my e-reader. Everything is in there. So if I can't find my e-readers, it's somewhere in the house. It's just somewhere, especially when I haven't left the house. And Susan's saying, I just finished the Audible of A Founding Mother by Stephanie Dre about Abigail Adams. Is she the political woman in Washington? We'll look it up. We are going to look it up when we do the next sprints. I'll pull it up. A Founding Mother. This is Susan. Stephanie Dre. Definitely a fave of 2026. Even though it was fiction, I learned so much. Nice. I love that. I love when a historical story or like a real story is made into a fiction story, so it pulls you along a little more than just facts. Susan is saying, Lola, not sure what you've lost, but I'll pray you find it. It's her iPad. It's somewhere in one of her bags, like in one of her house purses. It's somewhere. It's got to be there. Lola's saying, oh, I know a big corporation that has big scams at the top, a well-known Canadian group. I know that group. And Susan's saying, I love that color, just beautiful. Ooh, isn't it pretty? As soon as I had it in mind, when you told me your colors, I had it in mind. So you can see it's got different colors, like shades of orange and a bit yellowy through it, and it gets a deeper orange in the middle. So this is going to be gorgeous for you. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, let me go back. This comments jumped a little. Lola's saying, that's pretty. What are you making? I am making a little Sophie scarf, but my version of it, a pearly scarf for Susan. I'm going to mail it down to her. And so I did ask Susan what her favorite colors are. She said yellow, red, orange. And I immediately thought of this yarn. So this is the same yarn as the pink one I was using on Maker's Quest the other day. It's out of reach. So it's at the other end of the table. But I immediately knew what yarn I wanted for Susan. So there we go. And don't forget to join my Discord. That's where you put your pictures if you are taking part in show and tell later today. That will be starting just after 4 o'clock, probably 4 o'clock Toronto time. And Susan's saying she was the wife of John Adams, one of our first presidents. Oh, right. Okay, thank you. And Lola's smarter than me, says First Lady of the US. I read somewhere that there was a first lady who was not like a wife, that she was a niece, I think, because he was the president was single, but he needed a first lady, and I think it was his niece. I don't know who that was, though. Just little random little facts pop into my brain. Molly, woohoo! Yay! Hello, chat. Amberly's saying hi to Molly. And Coffee Mug is saying that color reminds me of fall. Right? It is like let's see it again. It's the most gorgeous Vermont autumn. Really is what it is. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And Red Pill is saying, don't trust the groups of the land grabs. Yes. This is what we're experiencing right now in Canada is tribes from America are coming up here and saying, oh, this is our land. And they're giving it to them. So people are losing their homes. People who have bought a home in a neighborhood, paid their mortgage their whole life, are now losing their homes and being evicted. Yeah, it's a slippery slope here in Canada. I don't know why any of y'all think, oh, I want to go live in Canada. No, you don't. People in Canada are like, for every American who says they want to live in Canada, there's 50 Canadians who are like, I'll trade you, right? Amberly's saying, thanks, Molly. It's getting a little easier, but we're still sad. What's going on? What happened? What happened? Hold on. What did I miss? What's happened? What's happened? What happened to Amberly? I'm going to need someone to help me out here. Lola's saying James Buchanan was the only unmarried. So maybe it was his niece who was the first lady, because he needed somebody to like host the fancy dinners and make all the decisions on like the paint or wallpaper or whatever. I don't know. Susan saying Thomas Jefferson was single, so it might have been him. I'm not sure. I'll need to check. Yeah, I don't know who it is. I'd have to do a little Google on the sprinty bit. Andrew Jackson was a widow as well. And Lola's saying, Susan, yep, you're right. Martha died. Amberly's saying, I had to put the dog down. Oh my God. Worst thing in the world. Worst thing in the world. I even said Coffee Mug had to do the same thing recently. Worst thing. I've had to do it. It's, I may not have still recovered from that. I had to do it in 2019. It was a Monday afternoon. Wednesday night, I was looking for a new dog because I couldn't do it. I could not live a life without a dog. And 2 weeks later, I had my little fox. So, whew, are you okay? That's awful. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, bringing the stream down. This is life. I should bring my mic closer. This is life. And we all have to do it at some point. It's the worst. I know Lola's done it recently. Coffee Mug has done it recently. Like, sending you big hugs. Big, big, big hugs. Yeah, it's awful. It is the worst. I can't, like if a human in my life dies, I'm like, a pet dies? Yeah. And Lola's saying, so sorry. Yeah, everybody's just saying, so sorry. Like, it really is. We're broken for you. This is the worst. But yeah, I'm glad you're here. Like, hang around, don't overextend yourself, but just know that we're here and you've got a safe place to kind of land. Yeah. And Everly's saying, thanks, everyone. It's awful. It's the worst thing. Like, I don't know. I'm already like, I think about the dog I have now, like Fox, and I'm already like in a panic. He's 8 this year. But he's a terrier. They live a long time. Not the first time for either of us, but it still sucks. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that anybody ever really gets over losing a pet, because it's so much easier to get over people, which sounds terrible, but your pet is just unconditional love and devotion in a way that we never get from humans, which is why it's so hard when they die. Whew. Yeah. Lola's saying, I had a breakdown on Saturday because of Riggs in public. It never leaves you, but Amber, we're here with you. Yeah. Yep. It hurts every single time. It's the biggest pain. And Susan's saying, this is the worst part of life, losing the ones we love, whether human or fur. But yeah. And Lola's saying to Amber, tell us a good memory of the fur ball if you're okay. Yeah, there are moments it just hits you all over again, right? So for me, when I had a little Jack Russell named Thistle, and he was 16, and he was really sick. Like, the last year of his life, he was really sick. He was blind. He had a little dementia. I peed everywhere. I had him in little diapers and everything. And coming home without a dog, that I didn't leave my house because I didn't want to come home. And that was, I had to go get groceries. I came back, broke down. There's no dog there. So Molly is saying, I told this to Amber, but it was so helpful to me. I'll repeat it for all. Grief is the love we have for someone that we cannot give to them anymore. Yes. I've often talked about that. As a minister, when I lead funerals, I often talk about, like, grief is love with nowhere to go. And grief is the cost of love. That's the price we pay. So yeah, we're all going to be crying. We're going to pass the tissues. Amberly's saying, well, she loved stealing vegetables from the garden. And there was one year when she was small, when she took a green bean off the plant and then ran around the yard like she'd won the lottery. Aw, yeah, that's fun. That's fun. I love that, when the dogs use the vegetable garden and the fruit garden as like their personal buffet. It's fun. And Lola's saying there's more support when we lose humans. And with humans, they say, well, they were old, they were sick. That's life. Yeah, it's true. That one always sticks with me for some reason. She was kind of a menace in the best way. Oh, that's a great epitaph. Kind of a menace in the best way. Aw. Molly's saying it's love we all feel when a loved one dies in other worlds. Yeah. And Lola's saying, Amber, she knew how to trick you. And Lola's saying, coming home and no one's at the door is so hard. I couldn't use that door for a while. Yeah, right? Like, there's no little heartbeat waiting for you at the door. And Coffee Mug is saying, that's a cute memory, Amber. Right? That is a sweet memory. I'm going to be thinking about that now. A menace, but in the best way. Amberly's saying she did too. She ate everything last year. She saw me pull up a carrot, and the next day she helped herself to 3. Fun. And Molly's saying, I like how you said it, the love that has nowhere to go. Yeah. Yeah. I have lots of profound things to say about life and love and death. Because I did go to funeral school, worked in funeral homes, hundreds and hundreds of funerals under my belt. And it's uh it's interesting how universal the pain is, you know? Coffee Mug is saying, I do like the place I used for chance had a number they offered to. Okay. The place I used for chance had a number they offered to pet parents who lost a pet for grief. That's nice. Like a phone number you call to talk you like a hotline, a pet grief hotline. We need more of that in the world. And Molly's saying, oh, that's wonderful, right? Like, imagine a free service that you could call, and there's just somebody on the other end wanting to hear about your pet that you've just had to say goodbye to. Yeah, that's a good service. That's a really good service. That's really nice. And don't forget, there's my Discord link. Amberly, I hope you're okay. We all know your pain. Just know you're not alone. We all know your pain, and we're all thinking about you. So it's now 1 o'clock. Let's do a little hour sprint. I'm going to go get a little something to eat, take my vitamins. If you need to take medication, do that. And stretch and tinkle, turn over your laundry, do all the things, all the lifey things. And don't forget to click like on my video, please. And we'll do an hour sprint. So we'll go till, what do we go? Do it just over an hour, 2:15. And that gives us a good long time to get stuff done. I need to make a phone call and order my son's boutonniere for prom on Friday, which kind of snuck up on me. And then I realized, oh yeah, I'm the mom. So I need to do these things. So while we're sprinting, I'm going to have to call the florist in town. And Molly's saying I have to do stuff. No, well, napping is still doing something. Doom scrolling is still doing something. Listening to music or a video or whatever, it's still doing something. So yeah, whatever you're going to do, however you're going to spend the time, let me know in the chat. And I'm going to get a bite to eat, call the florist, and then get all I have a little to-do list. I got to plow through my day's stuff. And then we'll see you at 2:15. I'll make I'll update the caption. Oh my goodness. There we go. An hour and 10 minutes. I think that's a solid sprint. Happy sprinting, everybody. Enjoy yourselves. Don't click out. Don't leave. When that number drops to 0, it's very sad. It's very sad. And I'm going to mark the last comment. There we go. And we'll see you at 2:15 my time. Happy sprinting. Great. How did we do? A gentle return back to attention. I had a little bite to eat. I made these little puddings. Okay, so y'all know that I've had like dodgy tummy for a long time, like a stupid long time. And so last week I had been taking ferritin, and I think that's what it is. And ferritin is a kind of iron. I definitely felt a lot better while I was taking it, except for this one little component. And where my stomach is rebelling. And so I saw this recipe. It's a woman who specializes in inflammation, and she had posted this recipe that if you're having stomach problems, and it's just like yogurt, milk, strawberries, and basil seeds. Who knew? Instead of chia, it's basil seeds, and they get like little balls. I don't know. They swell up and get soft, and it tastes quite good. Oh, I think there's some maple syrup in there too, or stevia or something. I can't remember. And it's meant to calm down your stomach. So that's what I've been eating for yesterday and today, and definitely feel a little better. I'm not scared anymore, because there were times when I thought I probably shouldn't leave the house today. Better stay here. Oopsie. And there's my phone ringing. Sorry. Who's calling? Oh God. We get so many calls in the day. It's so annoying. So annoying. Anyway, so that's what I had. And then I was knitting. I'm working on a little cape for the little toy doll. And I was watching some Canadian politics as well, keeping up with what's going on in our country. And Molly said, I have to do stuff. No. Doing nothing is still doing something. I got the flour ordered for my son. I'll have to, actually, I'll maybe send my husband a message and tell him to go pay for it, because they're like, well, it has to be paid first. And I'm like, oh, I totally get that. But I probably won't get there till tomorrow morning. They're like, no problem. I used to, the flower shop in my town, I actually worked there when I was pregnant during their busy season. So they know me. It's not like they don't know where I live or who I am or anything. So yeah, that's done. Yay. And that moment of realization, like, oh yeah, I have to do this part. Lola's saying to Molly, no, you don't. I said so. Yeah, we all have to obey Lola. And Lola's going to sit and decide what she'll do. Cherry popped in to tickle the like button, and I was saying hello to her. And Red Pill always says hello when she slides back in. And J.A. is off to pick up a daughter from school. Fun. Oh, I guess it's that time. I just looked at the clock. I'm like, yeah, I guess it's that time. My own son will be home in 40 minutes if he's not home already. I don't know where he is right now. Lose track of him. And I was just saying safe travels. Molly's saying, yay, Lola. I did, though, almost finished my book. What are you reading? What are you reading? And Ren made it to 41% in Empire of Storms. Well done, you. And Molly's saying, thank you. Did I also say basil seed? Yes. I had never, I mean, obviously we know there's seeds for basil, but I had never heard of like using them for inflammation and dodgy tummy. And so I ordered a bag and did follow the instructions. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. They the same way like chia puffs up and becomes soft, the basil seeds did the same thing. And apparently it's supposed to help you regulate your system, which is, mine's in trouble. Mine is in big trouble. And Molly's saying, Ren, you're ahead. And Amberly is saying, I'm reading Platform Decay by Martha Wells. Do I know that author? I'll look it up. We'll talk about Susan's book, which sounds really interesting, by the way. When I read the description, I was like, ooh, that sounds interesting. Up to page 69. I should finish it today. I seem to be focusing better. Good. Good, good, good. Sometimes a distraction is a good thing. Lola's saying had to go hand wash the dog blanket. Oh, spoiled puppy. Spoiled Marshall Pierre. Ren saying Molly, and somehow I'm still behind. Isn't it crazy? Like the pressure we put on ourselves. Growing up, I never pressured myself to read. I just read. I didn't like keep track. I didn't have reading journals. I didn't have but we didn't have the internet to compare ourselves to other people. And now I'm like thinking, oh my gosh, the pressure I put myself under, particularly right now, because Kooky is going on and I'm taking part. I committed to reading 4 books in May, which is pretty good for me, simply because there's people who just read, and you can devote 8 to 16 hours a day to reading. Yay, I love that for you. I just don't have that life. There will be times in my life over the next few months when I do have nothing but time on my hands, and I'll get a lot more done. But I just have so many different things that I do that to just read, like I read for maybe 2 hours a day, and the rest of the day I do other stuff. So, but I still put pressure on myself. I don't know. I'm sitting here looking at my Goodreads, what I've read so far this year, and I'm like, is that good enough? No, it's not. Not for me. Molly's saying, oh, book is called The Playbook, switched on. Fabulous book about being perceptive. It's an arc, so y'all have to wait on it if you choose to read it. It's a middle grade book. Interesting. That sounds kind of fun. So is it like about like ESP and things like that? And Molly's saying LOL to Ren. Ren saying, considering starting the tandem read so I can finish Tower of Dawn and Empire of Storms around the same time. I'm amazed that people can read more than one book at a time. That's because I'm just I don't know how I would not confuse the stories. I'd start talking about one book and end up talking about the other one as though it was just one big story. And Molly's saying, sorry, your stomach's been so mean. Ooh, thank you. It's been scary. Getting a lot of exercise, running to the washroom. Yeah. Ren is reading Empire of Storms for a read along. Oh, that's why you're behind. So there's kind of a time frame, but if you fall behind, it's okay. I just prefer not to. Yeah, well, yeah, we don't want to get behind because then we got to catch up. I had thought I would do the Daggermouth read along. Yeah, no. And the Six of Crows. Like I have both of those books. I thought I would be able to, but I just can't. I just don't have the brain power to read 3 books at one time. What a disaster that would be. And this month we're getting through Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn. So loosely 2 weeks for each. 2 weeks to read the whole book? Whee! Wow. As far as 2 books, it's the same as watching 2 TV shows. No, not for me. I would end up confusing all the stories. Because even like books I've put down, I put down The Burning Library to read some other things. And there have been a couple times when I've confused The Burning Library with what as part of the story I was reading. And then I'm like, oh, wait, that's not the right story. Lola's saying, always look at the bright side. You're getting your steps in. Yep. Yeah. One day I got 2,500 steps in just bathroom trips. So yeah, good times. Good times. Molly's saying it's business principles, actually. Interesting. but the same principles could be applied to life in general. Also, fun way to learn how to sell successfully instead of boring lectures or textbooks. Yes. A lot of particularly small businesses tend to overcomplicate. I've seen so many. I have multiple small businesses and I see other people's small businesses. And I always think to myself, why'd you make that so complicated? You know what? I'll talk about something that's going on in Canada right now. Dunkin'. So excited. A week ago, found out that Dunkin' is coming to Canada. I think that this is a response to what has been going on here in Tim Hortons. And because the quality has gone down, the food sucks, the service sucks. We've got TFWs, which is temporary foreign workers. They've flown them over here to yell at Canadians while we're just trying to order coffee. It's not good. I can't remember the last time I went to a Tim's. I hate it. And so I think Duncan is watching this situation and listening to Canadians talk about this, because it's all like, if on YouTube, like one of my channels is very Canadian focused. So I see a lot of videos of Canadian people talking about life in Canada. And the Tim Hortons thing is a big one. And I think that Duncan has seen that this is its moment to strike in Canada. They do not need to overcomplicate it. What they need to do is serve good coffee and hire Canadians. That's it. They will dominate the coffee market in Canada if they just do those two things. And you know what? A decent donut, that would do well. So this is what I'm saying, is nothing needs to be overcomplicated. Tim Hortons overcomplicated so much that nobody wants to go there anymore. And we have now a new opportunity for Dunkin' to come in and make us happy. So business is a fascinating thing because I run multiple businesses. I get it. And that's that thing where I'm like, just keep it simple. Keep it really simple so the average person can understand what you do, what you sell, why, what promise you make, and what they can expect from you. Easy peasy. That's your TED Talk for the day. And Molly's saying, sometimes with these arcs, I have to read multiple at a time because I feel compelled to finish an arc, but I don't always get to them. Forcing myself to focus on a book I don't like produces diminishing returns. In other words, I read slow. Yes. Like Lola and I both read, well, I didn't finish it. I don't know if Lola finished it. The Burning Library. I'll finish it this summer probably. But it was just like, it's like so slow. Like I'm reading a page and I'm getting distracted and everything else. So I totally get it. And Lola's saying, Tim's hires no Canadians and gets help to do it. They sell pizza at a coffee shop. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the pizza sucks. Molly's saying, do Canadians get higher wages than immigrant laborers like it typically is here in the States? Well, TFWs are temporary foreign workers, is a federal government program. We're going to get real political here. We're about to get really political. And this is what I'm saying. When Americans are like, I want to go to Canada, here's all the reasons why you don't want to. So they bring people over from other countries to come here, one country particularly. And these people are promised the world, and it's not their fault. But what's happened is they have actually been brought here as modern day slaves. There's many people in Canada who would say, we don't have slavery. Only white people have slaves. No, that's not true. Actually, slaves have been owned by more in vaster quantities by other people than white people throughout history. So, yeah, Molly, we're getting political now. So these TFWs come here and they work at Tim Hortons. And what we've discovered recently is that the franchise owners of Tim Hortons gets this money from the government to supplement the wages of the TFWs. So where does the government money come from? A lot of Canadians have no idea. They have no idea. It comes from our taxes that we pay, sales tax and income tax and municipal taxes and everything else. So the federal government is taking our tax dollars and they're giving it to the franchise owners of Tim Hortons. What we recently learned is that these franchise owners aren't always paying their TFWs. I saw a video of a woman and she was in Tim Hortons being just, and these people are so rude. Like they yell at you. Like if you're not fast enough, you could go on YouTube and you could watch a million videos of Canadians getting into it with TFWs and Tim Hortons. It is wild. It's the Wild West, really. And so this woman has posted a video and she's like, you are getting paid, do your job, right? This is a Canadian. And the TFW says, we are not getting paid. Oh, that just changed everything. Interesting. These people pay a lot of money to the program to be allowed to come here. I read a statistic somewhere, something like the equivalent of tens of thousands of dollars to be able to work in Tim Hortons. And then they don't have any money to go back home, where they would probably be much happier, because being poor in Canada is no joke. It is no joke at all. And especially when you're not a Canadian citizen, you're not a permanent resident, you have no legal status, you can't access any services, anything like that. So Tim Hortons once upon a time was a Canadian company. They, the very first Tim Hortons store was opened by a man named Tim Horton. He was a hockey player in Canada and built this business and company. And then, you know, I think it was after he died, the company was sold. And the company that currently owns it is called RBI. And I believe they're a Brazilian company. So there's nothing Canadian about Tim Hortons anymore. RBI is managed by Brookfield Asset Management, which is the company that Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, runs. He says he doesn't. He does. He does. He has a ton of investment in that company. He makes billions off of it. And so our Prime Minister benefits financially from the TFW program. Now, this is very interesting, considering Dunkin' is on its way to wipe out Tim Hortons. And I'm here for it. I am absolutely here for it. I will be there day one. If I got to take my chair and my knitting, I will sit outside the store till it opens. I'm here to try some Dunkin', because I always said, if Daddy T is going to make us American, then I want Dunkin' and Target, real Target. So there's our breakdown of the Tim Hortons situation. I don't know how we got there. Oh yeah, we were talking about Dunkin' and Tim Hortons. So to answer your question, do Canadians get higher wages than immigrant laborers like it typically is here in the States? These are not immigrants. These are TFWs. An immigrant or a permanent resident, which is somebody who's legally allowed to be here, and they work and they pay their taxes and they can access services, et cetera, they get paid $17.60 an hour is our minimum wage here in Ontario. It's different across the country. But anybody who's legally here, when you get a job, you would get paid the same as any Canadian or permanent resident. But in this case, we don't call them immigrant laborers. They're TFWs. They're temporary foreign workers. And temporary is the important word there, because the whole point is that they would go back to their families where they're happy, because they're not happy here. We know that. We know that. It's misery for them. Anyway, there we go. You're going to get kicked off YouTube. Molly's saying we're going to get real political here. Yep. Molly's in chat. Molly in the house. And the info's on Google. Yeah. Yep. And everybody got real quiet. Well, I ranted there. Companies pay 70% and the government pays 30% to hire the people. Only if the franchise owner pays their staff. Because the franchise owner could simply be like, you should be just grateful to be here. And that's not working. Because then the people who are here as temporary foreign workers, they have to live like 50 people in a house, because they can't afford to live like in a regular apartment, a couple people living in an apartment or something. So yeah, it's a whole situation. Did I lose everybody? And that's why I say, like, when people talk about like wanting to move to Canada, and I'm like, okay, well, first of all, more than 50% of your wages will be taxed. It'll take you 7 months of the year to pay your tax bill to the government. And they just keep adding more and more taxes. So yeah, and houses are $1 million, and you make $17.60 an hour. So yeah. Molly's saying, I guess I was really meaning like our illegal immigrant labor force. That's probably the better comparison. Thank you for. We don't really have that here. Like there's people who are here illegally, but they're generally not like a huge part of the labor force. They would, more often than not, they're more a part of the criminal underground. And then, but what we have, so we do have, like, they're not immigrants. Let's make a big distinction between the word immigrant and migrant, because we do have migrant workers. We love them. I live in an area where there's a lot of farmers, and they would not be able to harvest without the migrant workers. And they come from Mexico every year, and they come up here and they live on the farm and they do all the work and everything. And we see them around town. And at the end of the harvest, there's a big party. All the farmers host a massive party for all their workers, and then send them back down through America, because they kind of go up and down all year, from Mexico up through America and to Canada, and then back down. So when it gets cold here, they move back south. So and they're wonderful. They work hard. They do work that nobody here will do. So kudos to them. And but they're not here illegally. They are legal. They have visas. They have permits to be here. TFWs also have permits to be here. So it's we don't really have a big, massive illegal workforce. That just isn't tolerated. Because here's the thing: in order to access any services, you need to have legal status, right? So if you're working illegally and you break your leg, you need a card to get health care. Do you see what I mean? So if you're not in the system, you can't really get anywhere, and your life is at risk. Lola's saying unemployment is at 7% nationwide. My area has the highest unemployment rate in the Canada. Yeah, it's out of control right now. Oh, and Molly asked, would I rather live in the US now? I'm giving it to the end of this year to see what happens and what direction we're going. I don't want to live in the US. I don't want to be American. No offense. I'm Canadian, right? Like it's nothing. It's just I'm Canadian, and that's, I'm fine with that. I love my American friends. I love visiting America. All the things. I love the patriotism, the fireworks, like when I see women at the rallies and stuff, and they're wearing like sequin America flag bomber jacket. I'm like, yeah, I want one of those. You know what I mean? But I'm just, I'm Canadian, right? It's like anything else. Like, it's like asking, would you like to be Italian? Would you like to, anywhere? I would not. It's like, would I rather, but if what we have currently right now is a permanent situation and Donald Trump wants to come save us, yes, please. I would rather our current situation change, so we don't have to really be like hoping that the Americans are going to wash up on shore and save us from ourselves. That's kind of where I'm at. And Lola's saying she also gets 20,000 farm workers. 2 years ago, I was down in Lola's area, and I stopped at a grocery store, and I couldn't believe the number of Mexican people. I was like, what is going on here? Like, it just, the whole community was Mexican people. And I thought, I had no idea that this part of the world was like that. And it was when I talked to Lola, and she said, oh yeah, they work on the farms. Makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. And Molly's saying, really fascinating. I'll stop asking questions, but thank you. Yeah, we try not to get too political here, but sometimes things need to be explained. And Lola's saying exactly 51st state is better than what we have. Yes. The issue with that is we don't know what the next American government will be. That could make it worse. Do you know what I mean? It's like that thing, like when you take your problems and you dump them all in a pile, most people start picking out for their own problems. So I think I would like to see a change in government in Canada, but I think it's going to have to get a lot worse here before that will happen. So buckle up, everybody. But I did say I would give it to the end of the year before I start looking for another country to live in. So here I am, doing my research. Banking in other countries. Estonia. Look at Estonia, Molly, for banking. And have a look at the politics and the climate in Georgia, the country Georgia. Lola is saying we have over 10 taco stores in a 29,000 person town. I kind of like tacos. We have zero taco places, though we might have a burrito place about 15 minutes from me. I don't know if it's still there or not. But yeah, you have where Lola lives down near Windsor, there's a very distinct population. Absolutely. Okay, we're coming up on 2:45. Everybody got real quiet. You can argue with me. I'm good with that. I'm good with debate. And so Duncan is coming back. You know what else is coming back? David's Tea. I was in a mall the other day and I saw coming in June, David's Tea, which is super exciting. They used to be in all the malls and then they left. I don't know why. And they were online only. And I guess that's not going well. And so they've decided to return back to the malls, which is very cool. Very, very cool. And I saw that, did we see that? Yeah, Lola's saying yes. Yeah, a little Duncan, a little David's. I'm here for it. Is common sense coming back? Oh, one can only hope. One can only hope. And did we see that Michael Jackson has been spotted in Mexico? Molly's saying you still have malls? Yeah. Yes. We have to remember Canada has pretty extreme weather. So when we want to go out shopping, it's nice to be able to go into a mall and where it's air conditioned or heated. Like there's loads of plazas and like box malls, like where I go shopping for my groceries. I go to Costco and it's a box mall, which in the winter is like, oh, it's so bad. I don't want to walk half a kilometer across a parking lot to the next store. So having a mall, like, Canada needs malls. It just is what it is. And Lola's laughing at Wally. And Susan is saying, Lola, that would be asking too much. Right? We do have a common sense government in waiting. We just need to get enough seats in the House so they can take over. Wouldn't mind seeing some more floor crossers in the other direction. And Lola's saying white MJ or dark white. Looks like when he died, like not the day he died, but with his like plastic surgery and all of that. We'll find the picture. But I looked and I was like, that could be him. That could be him. Absolutely. There's so many people out there that maybe are still around. So I love a good conspiracy theory. All right, let's do another hour 15. It's 2:44. It's 2:44. So let's go till 4 o'clock. If you would like to take part in show and tell, this is your last chance to get your pictures into the chit chat department of my Discord. And we'll sprint for an hour and 15 minutes. I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I might keep knitting work on a little bit more on my to-do list. And yeah, let's see what we can do. I kind of feel like just chillaxing today. And Lola's saying her Lola has a massive crush on who we all want to be prime minister. So yeah. And I've met him a whole bunch of times. And Elvis is still living. Yeah, we know where he is too. We know where he is. And Lola's saying, I just looked up MJ. That right? But doesn't it look like him? On a bus. Like, this is the thing. I'm like, on a bus? We're really going for it. We're really going for the convincing people it's not MJ by putting him on a bus. All right, everybody, happy sprinting. I'm gonna go get a little snack and get back to my knitting. Okay, let me know in the comments what you're gonna work on, or if you're going to do nothing. That's perfectly acceptable. Happy sprinting. And we're back. How did we do? Oh, I'm on the wrong tab. There we go. Interesting. Okay. Gonna scroll right back to where we left off. Oh yeah, we left off with Michael Jackson. Have you seen it? Have you like this guy on the bus? Looks just like him. So I think, I don't know. And Lola's just said it's 95 in her part of Canada. Let me see. I'm looking at my weather app here. 19. Like 70? Is that like 70? I'm not very good at currency conversion. 95. Oof. Lola. Ooh-wee. Can't do it. And Lola asked, when are we back? Because I forgot to put the time up. And this is where I said, this is why Lola is in charge. I'm just the talent. Lola's running the show here. Red Pill is back. I don't know where Red Pill went. So hopefully we'll find out. And I want to hear what Nikki's been doing. And Susan was saying, thanks to the sprint, got so much accomplished. And the yarn is gorgeous. Yes, well, I did actually start. So we've got this beautiful, what would we call this? Burnt umber. You know, I studied color theory when I was in college. Anyway, it's so pretty. This has been so beautiful when it's done. And then so I had said, oh, are you done for the day? Because sometimes, you know, it happens. Like last night, I left like 8 o'clock. I was like, I'm done. I gotta go. Not be an online personality. So yeah, there's no requirements. And Susan's saying, no, still here. Just wanted to make sure I had the chance to say thank you, listening to books till I go to bed. Nice. And then Susan was saying she's excited about the scarf as well. I think this is going to be really pretty. And it's going to be in my vlog too. One of my vlogs coming up. And Lola is saying, I'm excited too. I love seeing what others make when I can't. Lola can knit. And I said to Susan that I have her book pulled up. So this sounds like a really, really interesting story. The description's a touch long. So just hang in there, brace yourselves, pack a lunch. 4.53 rating on Goodreads. Totally debunking my entire only fantasy and romantasy get high scores. So, in the heart of revolutionary Boston, Abigail Adams raises her children amid riots, blockades, and the outbreak of war, while her husband, John Adams, rises from country lawyer to nation builder, often away for years at a time. Abigail builds her own independence, managing the farm, making lucrative investments, amassing savings, battling plague and loss. I don't know if you can hear my dog running back. He's got the zoomies. And defending their home. Unafraid to speak her mind, she famously offers fearless political counsel, urging John to remember the ladies in the new government. Through it all, she becomes his most trusted confidant and indispensable ally. When peace is secured, Abigail steps onto the world stage, exchanging ideas with Thomas Jefferson in the French countryside, navigating court life as the wife of the minister to Great Britain, and presiding over the parlor politics of the early American Republic in New York, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. I am loving this, and I haven't even read it. Even after her husband's presidential administration, she continues battling political foes and working behind the scenes to advance her family, secure independence for the women in her life, and ensure a better life for the next generation of Americans. From war-torn streets to the chandeliered halls of power, A Founding Mother is the unforgettable story of a woman ahead of her time, one whose voice, vision, and valor still resonate powerfully today. Oh, how good does that sound? That went boom, TBR immediately. Immediately. And Susan is saying, I found the Canadian politics fascinating. I know nothing about it. I wish I didn't know anything about it too. A really good government is one that people aren't even aware of. We had that. Prior to 2015, we had that. And now Canadians are so politicized, it's actually boring because that's all we talk about. You know, like I want to talk about other stuff. I want to talk about the stuff I talked about in 2015, you know, like, I know there's this whole movement to go back to 2016 and I get it. I totally get it. Across the board. I was actually with a friend who's older than me. I think she's like 60. We were in a dollar store and I was saying, yeah, I keep seeing this 2016 thing. And the young girls who were shopping around us were like, yeah, 2016. I was like, wow, okay, cool. This is where we're going. We're reverting back to 2016. And Molly's saying, me too. And by the way, I was wrong. The book I was reading has been released, so no waiting necessary. Perfect. I did find it on Goodreads. And Lola's saying, yeah, I saw the bus photo. It looks like him, right? And Lola's saying 21 is 72. Perfect. I don't need any warmer than that. I can still get a sunburn out there. Look at me. Viking. Okay, not made for these temperatures. And Susan is saying, I'm at 83, high humidity. Oof. We get really, really bad humidity here too, so I feel you. This is way too early in the year to be sweating like this. Ren is saying, I made it to 49% in Empire of Storms. We'll probably read Tower of Dawn next, so I can catch up in the next tandem read. Nice, good for you. You're making great progress. And Susan's saying that's looking great, right? Like I only got like 20 rows. No big deal. Quickly whipped them up. But yeah, this is so pretty. So pretty. And Red Pill is working on a painting. Nice. And don't forget, in my Discord, on the very bottom of the list, it's not a long list, but on the very bottom, there's Artists Gonna Red Pill Art. And that's where you can go and see Red Pill's paintings that are for sale. And you can contact her there to purchase any that you're interested in and would like to see on your wall. Ask her how much they are. She's got a few of them in there. I have my eye on one. I keep saying that and I just need to pull the trigger on it. Red Peel saying working new landscape paintings. Nice. I saw the one that you posted the other day, and allergies making me a little so yeah. Yes. And Susan saying I had an advanced listener's copy. I loved it so much I'll buy it. I'm ready to listen to it again. What an amazing woman. Oh, is it not released yet? Is it not? Oh, it just 2 weeks ago. It got released 2 weeks ago. So there we go. And I'm definitely going to read that one. And Lola is saying politics is causing a lot of us to want the dopamine hit from being mean. Yeah, I see it everywhere. Oh, the attacks. I get attacked constantly online, out in the world. And it's like, I'm just breathing. I'm just breathing here. So it's causing a lot of us to, yeah, a lot of meanness out there. They've lost the Canadian feel where we love each other and hate other countries. Mean, dumb people. Yeah, it's really fascinating. And there's a lot of things, I think, contributing to that, being locked down for 2 years. And there were a lot of people who took that very seriously. I was not one of them. I did whatever I felt like doing. But there were a lot of people who went along and isolated themselves all alone for years, 2 whole years. We were in lockdown. I remember it was Friday the 13th in March was the last day of normal life because I was at a meeting. And I remember we were all saying, wow, it's Friday the 13th, and we're locked down tomorrow. And I went to a meeting and I went to the grocery store and picked up a few things. And then I went home and that was it. It was the end of March, 2 years later, that we were finally not under any kind of restrictions or lockdown or anything. Now, imagine what that does to people. There's a reason why solitary confinement in a prison is a punishment, because it makes you crazy. And people have not recovered from that. And they don't know how to be human beings out in the world with other human beings. And this, I see it driving. People are terrified to drive. If I'm even looking like I'm going to pull into traffic, people stop and they're like, oh my God, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm waiting for you to get out of my way. Like that's what I'm doing. So yeah, it's a crazy time to be Canadian. Lola is saying that her humidity was 95% earlier. Like you could go swimming in your backyard. And JA is back. Welcome back. And Amber Lee is only on page 87, making lunch now. You've made it all the way to page 87, all the way to page 87, in a hard time for you. So we need to know what you're making for lunch. And Susan saying, I hope you enjoy it. I'm sure I will. She sounds amazing. But again, like I don't really know that much about American politics, except like sort of our modern top level. But it's I'm really looking forward to reading about this woman. I think she's going to be my spirit animal. And Susan's saying, in my opinion, politics in the US have been out of hand for decades. Yes, everywhere, out of hand. At this point, I vote for the Keats bad choice. I don't know what that is. My Nana finally got to where she flipped a coin. Yeah, it's very extreme right now. I feel like after the 90s, definitely was kind of the last time that it felt like, okay, this feels normal. And then it's just been insanity. And that's by design around the world. It was my friend's fault we got locked down. We had planned to finally cross the border and meet each other after years. And that same week, bam, we closed. So we blame her. I turned 50 in lockdown. Yeah, it wasn't fun. That wasn't fun. And Susan saying, Lola, yuck, that's terrible humidity. Yeah, I hate it. That's why I have pixie short, crazy hair all summer, because I can't do anything. And Molly's saying I was having trouble breathing about an hour ago because of the humidity, but it seems to be better now. Probably a combination of the humidity and whatever's being sprayed in the air, because that does not. Oh, Keats is American for least bad choice. Okay, got it. Thank you. Now, like, okay, sometimes I can figure it out, but that one I was like, I don't know. I don't know what we're trying to say. Because I think you're doing audio to text, like voice to text, and it's fascinating. When I watch captions of things, and I'm like, wow. Sometimes I screenshot the captions to send to the person who filmed, because it's like hilarious sometimes what the caption says compared to what the person actually said. And Susan saying, Molly, I pray you continue to improve. Yeah, I hope you feel okay. That's and it's awful. It's the humidity is so bad for your health. I don't know what. So a lot of times people take supplements that are not designed for the climate that they live in. So something, and I'm going to talk about maca, which you may want to look into, MACA. It's grown in the tropics, so it's good for people who live in the tropics. What's happening here in Northern America and in Southern Canada is it's starting to feel like the tropics. So you may want to look into that to see if that helps you at all. Anything that would support respiratory health, hormonal health, um, inflammation, water retention, anything like that in humid climates might be something that could benefit you. Do your research, talk to your nutritionist, whoever you have on hand, do your due diligence. But that was something I learned from my nutritionist. And Lola's saying, I was at a major hospital for weeks during the lockdown. That was scary. I can imagine. You would have been in like severe solitary confinement. Yeah, I figured Keats was a typo. I figured that was the voice to text getting confused. It's like the communist regimes are trying to take over. They're not even trying. They're doing it. They're just doing it. We see it everywhere, and we see it in not just in government, but in the cultural Marxism that we're seeing in a variety of different places. And Lola's saying, Molly, I feel for you, girl. It's hard. Yeah, it is. That's why, like, when people talk to me about places that I might really like to live based on its, governments and politics and finances and all this stuff, it's all hot places. And I'm like, look at me. It's 72 degrees and I'm starting to like break a little sweat here. So, I need to live on an ice floe somewhere north of James Bay where it's a solid 10 degrees year round. Molly say, oh, now we're getting into my territory. Well, Molly, let's chat after this because I got some thoughts about this. So Molly's saying, my theory is the age of Aquarius began March 2024. It's getting rid of the bad, harmful evil to make room for the new on a global scale. I read a really interesting book a few years ago. And it's called, I think it's called The Greatest Story Never Told. And it speaks about this, that every 2000 years we get a new Messiah. And people in modern times, they get very offended by that, the thought of that. And it's like, well, yeah, but we don't have a record of what happened before Jesus. So we don't know how many Messiahs we've had. We just know the one. And that there's, now there's another one. And it's I think it's playing out exactly as it would. There's a great Netflix show, I think it's a show, not a movie, called Messiah, and it talks about what would happen if the Messiah came back, if we did have, like, Jesus came back. It's really interesting. I think you'd enjoy it, Molly. Red Pill's saying, I remember the lockdown shut down the gym for 2 years. No sauna, no steam room, no pool. It was yeah. So they're like, for your health, we're locking you down, but we're going to lock you out of everything healthy. And JA's in Michigan. Nice. Lola's not far from Michigan. And I've been there. I went to Detroit once, many, many years ago. And Molly's saying, thank you, Susan. If it gets too bad, I'll close the windows and turn the AC on. Yeah. Yeah. Do what you need to do. And don't fall into this, like, it's too early to put it. No, it's too hot to not have it on. And Red Pill is saying, I did maca. Yeah, I've taken maca. Red Pill saying, exercise helps body cooling. Yeah. Yeah, because you break a sweat, which cools you down. The other book that I have here is Platform Decay, which is it's a novel, isn't it? Yeah, it's fiction. I thought it was like a business book. Because you said it's a business book. I was like, yeah, let's talk business. So it's by Martha Wells. It has a 4.34 rating. It's not a romantasy. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that one. I'm always prepared to be wrong. Everyone's favorite lethal sec unit is back in the next installment in Martha Wells' best-selling and award-winning Murderbot Diaries series. I've never heard of this. Having someone else support your bad decision feels kind of good. Having volunteered to run a rescue mission, Murderbot realizes that it will have to spend significant time with a bunch of humans it doesn't know, including human children. Ugh. This may well call for eye contact, emotion check. Oh, for what a great description. That's so cute. That's so cute. And Red Pill saying, good news is people are waking up. Yeah, back to the free market. Absolutely. And Red Pill's also saying, true, the age of Aquarius is waking us up. Like it's interesting. The shifts we're seeing in the narratives right now, particularly in Canada. Our news, our state-funded news, our propaganda wing, was all rah rah. The Liberals are great. Mark Carney's the best thing ever. Da, 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 da. And then now they're kind of like, I don't think this is the guy. And it's like, whoo. Like I woke up one day and they changed their minds. So we'll see. We shall see. There's something better. Absolutely, for everybody. And we're getting, we used to have this great relationship with America, and nope, not anymore. So I finished off that little sprint, just getting Susan's scarf started, because I have finished as much as I can do for the moment of the little cape for the little doll. So I just need to cast it. I think I've got one more row. No, I did it. I was thinking, do I need to do one more row? And then, so here's the little doll. And then the little cape, the little girl will be able to take it off. So there we go. It'll be an accessory to go with it. Now, I do not believe this pattern is correct. So we're going to test it out, and we may rewrite the pattern, as I often do, because I've noticed that a lot of people, when they write a pattern, it's fascinating. People knit and they can read a pattern, and then they make up something and they write the pattern. And I'm like, why did you not write the pattern the way you would read a pattern? So this one, it's got, there's an increase row, blah, 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 blah. And then it says knit 1, comma, across the row knit 4. I had to actually go back to the group where I found this and ask people, what does this mean? Can somebody please tell me what this is supposed to mean? And so the person who wrote it doesn't know how to write a pattern, even though she reads patterns to make things. So I followed her pattern with a little bit of help for people trying to understand what she meant. And then I may rewrite it to make it better. What I actually want to do is make it so that there's a little eyelet hole, and then we can put a button on the other side so it buttons. That's how, when I do the next one, I'm definitely doing that part. And don't forget to tickle the like button. Yay. The like button likes a little love. And I don't see anything for show and tell. Oh, Nikki just sent something. We'll pull it up. Because I had checked and then You snuck in there. You snuck in there. I have to just convert it. Just remember that if you're sending pictures, I have to convert them. So I need time to do that. And then you don't all have to sit here watching me trying to convert it as fast as I can. There we go. Okay. All right. And then download and find the right tab. There we go. Okay, we'll pop Nikki's painting in. How's everybody doing? Is Amberly still here? Is she okay? JPEG, okay. There we go. So as Red Pill said, she was working on landscapes this week. So I think that's really pretty. Is that watercolor? Yeah, it looks like watercolor. And did you draw first at all, or did you just wing it with the paint? Because I have no idea how to watercolor. I was never very good at painting, like painting pictures. I was more of like, if in like art class and stuff, I was more like pastels or pencil crayons or things like that. Okay, so Amberly's okay. Just getting lunch. Beautiful. Oh, sorry, Amberly. We were just checking to make sure you're okay, because we're all a little bit worried about you. That's all. Jesus would say, "I'm out. I'm not even touching this." Right? Right? There, yeah. This dumpster fire that we're all kind of dealing with in one way or another. That's not cute. It's not cute. Let me see. We did all that. Got the flower ordered for my son. He left to go. He came home, and I gave him my credit card. And then he left to go to his piano lesson. He drives himself to piano lessons. I don't know. No one tells you this part when you're pregnant. And then he's going to go downtown, go to the bank, go pay for his flower, his like boutonniere thing. Boom. Done. And then he was like, "Do you need me to run any more errands for you, Mommy?" I was like, "No, that's okay. Thank you. That's all I needed. That's all I needed." And Red Pill saying, "My painting, yeah, it's so pretty. What do you think?" I think it's really cool. Like, it's not there we go. It's not my style, but I think it's really pretty. Like, it's evocative. It's making me feel something in that because I live in the country, and I see spots like this are all around me. And it's like a little, I don't know. Do you think that fairies live down that path? Like, is there a cottage at the end of the path? Like, it makes me feel something. It makes me kind of wonder what's at the other end. I'm just not a green person, I think. All of my paintings are more dark. When I was in college and studied art theory and color theory, my favorites were like the majestics and the mystics. Like, that's the kind of vibe I like. Isn't it pretty, Molly? And Red Pill, are you gonna pop this one into your little section in my Discord? And because if it's for sale, then let's get it sold. And Red Pill did a watercolor sketch. Nice. Molly's saying gorgeous. And the cape is adorable. It's really sweet, but the pattern kind of sucks. I'm gonna make a better pattern. Absolutely. Because like what happens is when hang on, I'll put myself big. I'll make myself big. When we get to this part that what I'll do is I'll stuff the head first, and then it gets cinched. So its neck is quite tiny. And then we stuff the body. So I don't know. I feel like this is not the last version of this. We may have to design something better. Yeah, see, Lola loves the painting. I love it too. I'm just not a green person. That's all. But it really, doesn't it sort of, like, doesn't it make you start wondering what's at the other end of that path? I think there's a story. A story needs to go with those. Definitely. I think it's really pretty. And I like how it's not like it's spring, because you can see on the trees, the leaves they're not quite there yet. And everything, Canada in the spring is brown and bleak and dirty. And it takes a couple weeks to get nice and lush and green. So this is that sort of in-between point where it hasn't quite fully come back, but we're getting there. We are getting there. All right, that is 4:30. What do we want to do? Do we want to do a little short sprint to clean up, wrap up the day? What kind of art do I like? I like the Majestics. I like the Mystics. I think I like because I tend to pick art that matches my house. So this is not really art. It's a photograph. But my living room is gray and navy blue. So this went perfectly. This one here, an IKEA special. And I think, is that Montreal? Is that Montreal? I don't know. It might be Montreal. What about pirate ships? Yeah, I remember one of that's like the Majestics. They would paint big ships on the ocean, and like it really felt like movement, you know? Do I like pirates? You know what? I've almost just, there we go. I clicked on Red Pill's name and I clicked in the wrong spot, and if I had clicked again, I would have blocked her. That's how easy it's done, by the way. Just a couple little quick clicks and oops, now I have to undo a problem. I just did it again. There we go. Okay. Do I like ships and pirates? Yeah, like I like those paintings, like when I'm in the museum and they're like the big massive paintings and it's a big old ship, like a what do they call it? Like a cutter or something. Yeah. I'm not into the whole nautical thing so much, but I think those big, bold, dark paintings really, really, they're so evocative, I think. And again, like my favorite painting of yours, Red Pill, is the galaxy one. I can't remember what it's called. I just love it. I love the colors, and I love how it feels. Don't forget to give Lola some love. We got to get her doing something with her channel. Maybe we'll all hop over there one day. And the bot is saying, don't lurk in the bushes. Say hello. I know. Lola's like, don't do that. Stop playing around. Like, I wasn't even playing. I was just clicking it. And then, the little drop-down menu came. And if I had been clicking quickly, then I'd have to solve a problem. So that's how easy it's done. It's and never intentional. Well, if it's intentional, I'll tell you first. If ever I'm like someone's getting banned, you'll know before you get banned. But nobody here is going to get banned. Not at all. So yeah, that's where we're at. I'm gonna tonight. Normally on Tuesdays we would go to Costco, drop my son off at band, and go to Costco. But now we've changed our shopping schedule to Sunday mornings. So we go do that, get the groceries, and then come home and cook it so that we have food for the week. So that leaves tonight wide open. I'm so excited. My son still goes to band, so my husband will take him, or I'll take him. I don't know, one or the other. But I don't have to do that mad dash to all the shops. Because we drop him off just before 7 and everything closes at 8:30. So we got 90 minutes to get groceries. And if I want Michael's, if I want the bookstore, anything else. And it's a mad dash and it drives me crazy. So We're not doing that tonight, which is a lot of fun. A lot of fun for me. I'm very excited about not doing that tonight. So I may stay home. I may just take it myself and then take my chair and sit and read my book while the band practices. We'll see. We shall see what I feel like when I get to that point. But I really, really, really would love a night at home alone. Alone just to chill and not hear, which sounds terrible, but anybody who, like, I'm the only woman in my family. I live with all boys. And every once in a while, I just want to hear silence and not hear boys. That's all. Just every once in a while. Every once in a while. Okay. Why don't we do a quick little sprint? We'll do 15 minutes. This is your chance to tidy up, put all your stuff, do all the, pick a task that you've been putting off and plow through and get it done. And we'll see you in 15 minutes to wrap things up and talk about the rest of the week and what's going on. And happy sprinting. All right. Got my stuff all packed up, all my knitting tidied up, and I can't get the thing to change. There we go. There we go. I'm back. Got my knitting stuff all packed up and my e-reader packed up. So I'm ready now to move into the other room and chillax. Got a text from my husband letting me know that he's going to take our son to band. That means I can stay home alone. I'll have 4 hours all alone, which is nice, to just be in silence, which will be good. Let's see. Red Pill is saying I had painting lots of ships. Nice. Dark and haunted and spooky. Ooh, that'd be fun for October. Absolutely. Start posting them in September, get them sold and shipped out for Halloween and October stuff. You'll paint anything and keep an open mind. I got to think of something. I'll maybe start gathering images that I like so you can see my style. I'm still wondering if this is Montreal, which would be kind of fun. I have another one upstairs of Paris because I had a big space to fill. And the only place I could find a picture, a piece of art, something, an image that would fit it and didn't cost thousands of dollars was IKEA. So you can buy these sorts of things in IKEA. These are actually this whole room is IKEA. Let's not kid ourselves. The couch, the cushions, this plant, these cushions, this cabinet, these pictures, this is all IKEA. And if we look up, that the lampshade, that's IKEA too. Obviously, I went crazy in IKEA. But they had everything. It was like one of those things where I had a vision and I went to IKEA. I can't remember what I went for. And they had everything. I was just like, boom, in the cart. Let's go. Take my money. Let's get home. Set it all up. And the couch too. Both of these couches are IKEA Ektorp couches. So, because they go into the corner, and then there's an end table here, and the plant lights up. It's fake. So I don't water it. But it certainly, it was pretty easy to come home one day with a carload of stuff and get it all set up, and boom, we were done. We were done. And Lola's saying thank you to Mr. Husbandman for doing the heavy lifting tonight, carrying the load, so I don't have to. So I do not have to. All right, I'm going to go make a salad. The bacon I cooked, I will eat with my salad. And then I'm going to chillax for a bit. And then I think I'm going to get a couple things done tonight. I've got to get Happy Mail out the door. I have one more thing I'm going to run out and get because I just want to add one more thing to the little envelopes. And then I'll get them all labeled and ready to go. That will be my little sit down on the couch project tonight. And then we'll be good to go. All the Happy Mail from Bingo will be mailed and we'll start fresh. Friday, I am here from 12 till 5, filling in for Alicia as she's still contending with her flood. But we're on the exciting end of things. We're on the other side of the drama, and we're on the how am I going to decorate stage of things, which is super exciting. So 12 to 5, I will be here for Maker's Quest. I will be crafting. You do not have to craft. You can do whatever you want. No one's going to come to your house to check that you're crafting during crafting time. If you want to read, if you want to work, if you want to nap, whatever you want to do, just come hang out. Just come hang out with me. And then, so we'll do 12 till 5, and then 6 to 8, we will do bingo. Or we'll do 3 games of bingo, however long that takes. And we'll have a little sprint in the middle so that we can also feel productive as well. Okay. And Lola's saying, okay, wait. I'm waiting. As long as people type, I'll sit here. And then we'll do, Lola's saying, how many salads a week do you eat? In the summer, every day. I don't tend to eat salads in the winter, but in the summer, like when it starts getting warm again, then I'll just eat salads every day and some snacks. I mean, I don't eat a lot in the summer because I just find it's like, it's like it's already gross enough without feeling full and bloated and, sore tummy and all that. Thank you, JA. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good day and got lots done, whatever it was you were doing today. And so love seeing you here. And I hope you have a good time. You've got your little girl home with you now, which is exciting. When my son was little, I used to just love when he came home. It was just so nice. We'd just hang out and have snacks and maybe watch some Wiggles or something. And even now when he came in, I was chatting with him a little bit when he came home from piano and running his errands. And just nice. Have your little babies come home. It's nice. It is nice. Okay. If there's anything else, let me know now. Don't forget the Discord. And Red Pill's paintings are in there. And oh yes, Red Pill's going to walk her pit bull, Amila. Beautiful. We've seen her quite a few times here. And yeah, I think we're done. I think we're good. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you to Lola for modding and for everybody who's hung around the whole day. Lola's asking, is the salad making you sick? No, it's not the salad, because I was sick before I started eating the salads. But yeah, I can see why, that might be a thing. I think it's the ferritin, because I stopped taking it on Friday. Thursday was the last day I took it. And today is the first day that I haven't had emergencies. And so yes, we'll see you on Friday. I'm always around to chat in the Discord, and I will be in other people's chats, I'm sure, as well. I don't even know who. Hold on. Should check and see who's sprinting. What time is it now? 5:00. Who is coming up? Oh, there's a mass verse Empire of Storms, Tower of Dawn, Maas verse reading sprints. That's at Pacing Through the Pages. Let me just pull her link up here for you. Here's her link. Boom, boom. That's at 7:00. So that's in 2 hours. For all of our Maas verse peace people. Kiwi might still be sprinting. And then at 8:00, Dusty Book Sniffer will be doing kooky sprints. So that's in 3 hours from now. So we have the link I just dropped is in 2 hours, and Dusty Book Sniffer is in 3 hours on the kooky train. Okay, we'll see you on Friday. Thank you so much, everybody. I do so appreciate all of you. Again, thank you to Lola. Oh, Mind of Cricket just got here. Just got here. You came in just as we were finishing up. But Mind of Cricket will be back on Friday. So Friday at noon EST. And those lives are already scheduled on my channel, so you can jump into them and set a notification for yourself there. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lola, for modding. Mind of Cricket is from India. Oh, fun. Namaste. We're heading out, but hopefully we'll see you on Friday. And thank you to Lola. Thank you to everybody who hung out all day, and all of your support, all your love, all your shares, everything. Have a great evening. Bye.
The kettle's on and the fire glows low. Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme, stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.